Test, test, test. Testicle.
Well, oh, that's a hell of a weird sound. I never made that before.
Wow, wasn't it just 9 months? Lol.
Oh, Moco made, thank you. Must have auto-subscribed, you weirdo. Let me just do a thing here. It's freaking cold outside. Okay. I got, what do I have to do something, but I forgot. But I guess I'll just go with it. Moco made, thank you. Oh yeah. Got got your stick here. Actually, you have two sticks, but this is the one that's burned in wood. Thank you so much. Sticky. It's a sticky stick. Actually, I need to get it more sticky. The tape has gotten a little unsticky. How you doing? Welcome in. I'm happy because we've had our wood for 2 weeks. And I think everything's good except for maybe the bigger boards as far as dryness. Our wood is dry now. We had our wood wet. Now we're gonna get it dry. Or it has fully dried, kinda. But so I have this moisture meter. I'm gonna set it to softwood. It's a Klein moisture meter, so we can test our wood. And if we put it on something that is also a softwood that we know is dry, like maybe like a little piece of wood here, this moisture meter on there, we're getting like a 7.2. We know this wood is dry. So the reading doesn't really matter as much as the reference. We put it on a piece of wood that's old, you know it's dry, it's 7.2. We're going to put that on our stack down here. And the board on the edge here, 7.4. We got a 5.7. That one's 8. That one's a little less. That one's 9. So the stuff in the middle is a little bit. Edge here, it's about a 7, 6. So I think we're probably good enough. I know the bigger boards in the bottom were closer to like 12, 13. Yeah, so much wood indeed. A woody dude. All right, I have to turn my speech chat on. I forgot to do that. That's what I forgot to do. Connect. There you go. Now I can hear your dumb comments. Yeah. Guys. All right, we'll show you what the wood looks like. Rude. I'm sorry. That was wrong. I should have called you something different. But I stacked a bunch of shit on it because I had to get it out of the way for a little bit, so that's where it is. I also had maybe you can't see that, but right here, I put my dehumidifier in here for a while. It got a couple warm days, and then it got up to 50% humidity in here. So I turned on the dehumidifier for a little while. But then when it got cold again, it goes down to, right now I think it's like under 30% humidity. Probably put this back in the basement. And I think this is all, at least the 2x4s, I believe are all kiln dried, so I don't think they're going to be too super wet. Maybe I'll put on a better camera. What do you think? We got a couple angles here. Good morning. How are you? Welcome in. All right, let's do this one. That's going to show you better. Auto jinx. All right, let's move this camera down a little bit more. And we can keep going. It's going to be an interesting day. Should have prepared for it. Didn't as much as I wanted to anyway. Oh, that's kind of a weird angle, isn't it? We're not going to do that. How about that? Better, isn't it? Not quite as weird. Still see most of the stuff. Pull myself out right here so then I see my, and I can wave at you. That's not a super great camera, but isn't a super great streams. GG. All right, let's move this out of the way. So what I'm going to do today is we're going to start the basically the top of the workbench. So that's going to be basically a laminated 2x4 top. So I'm going to take some of these out. We're going to look at our boards to see if they're straight. And if they're not straight, we forgive them. Just make them fit our ideal a straight board. Bought a few extra boards in case they're a little too knotty. Also, I didn't show any of you this, but so like here is our Makita router. This is going to be our CNC spindle. It's not a spindle, it's a router that's going to be used in the CNC. So where we are there, it's a side. And then these boxes here are the vices that go on to the these are the vices that go onto the workbench. So we're going to need those later. This is another vise that's hard to see. Or it's a, what do you call that? I forgot. Well, we kind of got that out of the way. I'm gonna have to set up the jointer. Flatten a few of these boards. Let's get the jointer close. Ready to grab. So when Rex Krueger makes this workbench, he makes it so that you can do it from not having like any workbench or tools and start from there. So it's pretty cool. He has basically just has you working off of Home Depot buckets. So he would set up 2 buckets on the ground, and then he'd put the big board across those 2 buckets, and that's how you'd start building your bench from nothing. I still have some tools available to me, so I'm just going to set up a couple sawhorses that we'll need. Got to grab those down, so maybe I'll switch cameras here. Crafty. About where'd that other camera go? That's the one. Oh, I gotta turn off this fan. Had about 2 inches of snow on the ground this morning. All right, so my sawhorses are up there, so I'm just gonna get a ladder and grab them. Yeah, I got up at like, first of all, I ordered something from Amazon and it had free overnight shipping. So last night I ordered something. The Amazon guy was here at 5 in the morning to deliver it. I don't know if I've ever seen Amazon deliver something that fast. I'm not sure if that's a good thing. "5 a.m. Amazon was here to deliver that." So I feel bad for the guy who had to deliver that. But it had free overnight air. I'm like, why would I not choose the fastest option? Yeah, it was crazy. I don't know if they're like how much they're exploiting their employees to make deliveries that fast, but that's kind of crazy. US. US. Oh shit, what did I do? My butt crack? My butt crack? Not sticking out that much. Oh shit. What's up, mother? Welcome in. Doing. Oh yeah, hi. How's it going? How's it going? Welcome in. Thought you saw my butt crack. I also have some new commands that I added. We got burp. We got slideshow. We got what else did we get? Crack. Like as in butt crack. So they're pretty cool. I added something else too that I can't remember right now. Love. Love command has a. I always had a love command, but now it has a little graphic to go with it. So that's fun. All right, we're just gonna set these guys up. I highly recommend getting a pair of sawhorses that fold up nice. These are particularly hard to like set up, but they fold up so small that I don't really care that much. Put them in the back of my car. They don't take up like any room. It's a good set of sawhorses. Then these ones are nice because they have like little slots for your 2x4s to fit into on the sides. You have like a little extra stability if you want to put a sheet good on it. Pretty nice. Pretty good. Yeah, they're nice and cheap. Menards is like the only thing that's they got going is that they sell inexpensive stuff. But the only good thing I have to say about them, they sell inexpensive stuff. All right, so now I got to choose kind of where I want to work. Oof, all right. Take a look at our plan. Not sure if I can legally share this with you. Good selection of chip. I mean, chips, like, chips. Illegal work. Chips. Illegal work? You're talking about, when did the illegal work come up? The Amazon drivers? Oh, I said the wrong word. Always got to call it Scamazon. Yeah, Menards has some pretty good snacks. They have the sharks. I always get the sharks. Oh, yeah, I think it might be illegal to show this copyrighted plan. So I bought the plan for the Workbench. And it comes with a series of videos and a PDF. I could probably show the PDF. I'll probably show the PDF for window capture. Just show a little part of the PDF. Where'd it go? Hey, Danger, welcome in. Come on. I was able to lurk a little bit on your stream today this morning before I had to go out and do the snow. Take care of the snow. All right. I'll show the little portion of the PDF. I can even do that. Yeah, we got like 2 inches, so no, not a lot of snow, but I had enough to go take care of it this morning. Get you this plan here. 2 inches is nothing to worry about in Minnesota here. Nothing closes down. All right, here we go. Why is Microsoft Edge my PDF viewer? That's stupid. Page view, page. Oh. Yeah, I'm excited for this one. It's the reason I chose it is mostly because it's going to be quick to build. They got the CNC coming soon. I want to dedicate my time to that instead of a new workbench. So that is what we're gonna do. And very inexpensive. We bought some Douglas fir. Just Douglas fir 2x4 studs. That's like the majority of the parts. Still fairly inexpensive, even with the high wood prices. And give it a go. Probably be the best workbench I've ever owned. Take this moisture meter on this board again. I mentioned this moisture meter earlier. Set it to softwood. And we take a piece of known dry softwood. Had this board for a while. Let's see. Getting about a 7.2. And on here, we're at a 10. So it's still a little bit wet. But when it first came here, it was higher, so gave it a little bit of time. I think all the centers of these boards are a little bit higher. They range from 6. There's a 4 there. 6, 7. They're mostly dry. That one might have just some sap in it or something. I don't know. This one's a lot wetter than the other ones. Maybe I'll set that one aside. Wait until we're further along. These boards here, they're dry. 7.1. full of knots. Captain tying knots. All right, the first thing I was going to check is how many we need for the first part. Go back to the PDF. Take a look at the materials. Here's the top. Cleanest 2x4s for the top. Cross cut them to 7 feet long, then plane the surfaces. We're going to have to do that twice. All right. That window ready. So all we're doing is sorting our wood. Big deal. Taking a look at our wood. This one doesn't have too many knots. So yeah, I had these out for 2 weeks. Fan on them and a dehumidifier for a while. Well, if they're not dry enough, fuck, I don't know. These aren't dry enough. Bad face. Probably just twist a little bit. It's okay. They're all a little bit knotty. Some of these out of the way. Should have bought more, I think. I bought like 4 extra, I think. Now that I'm looking at them, it's a little fucked. We can always use a different material for like the legs or something. Terrible. Happy Monday, girl. Happy effing Monday. Happy Monday, Slim Jim. Welcome in. Jim, I added a slideshow command for you. You can also do ! Bob. Oh, welcome to the show. Not really a show, but it's something. What do you think of that one? Not too bad, is it? Oh, that's a nice piece of wood. Oh, that stuff on the bottom is definitely wet. Thought you might like that. I also added a burp command, and the love command has an image now And what else did I add? Thought I had one more that I can't remember now. Oh, a crack. Yuck. That's from one of my favorite video games, Booger Man. It's not anything too weird. I wouldn't be afraid. I mean, I wouldn't be. Like a little warning. Don't do crack, kids. What else did it? That was it. That was the love command. That one's fun. I already had a command for that, but now we got a little farting heart. Love that gif. Oh boy. Yeah, so we did a couple things when I was. Well, I did a couple things when I was working. Lack of. Thanks. I'm open to more suggestions. Definitely open to more suggestions. I was just trying to choose the best boards, but they're all kind of shitty, so might be a good leg. This might be a good leg. Probably fine for the top. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 11. 3 more boards. Good. It's close. This one's fine. Oh, my wood, my wood. And this one's probably good. This one better. All right, so all these boards that I just stacked up here, right here, these are all the top. So I have to cut these all at 7 feet, and then we start planing. If I can get that done today, I will be impressed. Very lucky if I can get that done. I got to set up the miter saw, I think. Oofta. Yeah, and so I spent a lot of time figuring out this OBS situation too. I think we're gonna be good streaming from this computer primarily from now on, but it's also nice because I can go back when I'm working or doing something on my other computer. I can edit my OBS, add things to my OBS, and then as soon as Google Drive syncs, it's going to work on this computer. So it'll be easier to edit while I'm working or while I'm doing something else. Excited for that. All right, let's set this miter saw up for 7 feet. Just gonna have to try and make some sort of a stop block. Is longer than these wings only go out, like 3 feet or so. I'm gonna have to, I think I'm just gonna end up bumping it up at 7 feet to the workbench over there. And I'm gonna set these sawhorses up. Need a far out view for this. Set up. Got the security cam. That's not gonna be good enough. Not really a great spot for the security cam. Streaming anyway. I did order 2 new security cameras. My bald spot's just shining. Sad face. All right, so I think I'm gonna cut them here. Make this go back a little more. Cut them here. Put them on the Okay, so we cut them here. We stack them all up on these sawhorses. And then I bring the planer through. We start planing them. How do I like to work my wood? I like to work it with a little bit of finesse, a little bit slowly at first, but then once we get a good handle on things, then we increase the speed. Yeah. Slowly at first. We want to make sure we're doing things the right way. And then we get fast. Maybe rough even once we get a little bothered. All right, so we got to cut it at 7 feet. So I'm going to bring miter saw over to 7 feet. Incrementally. Yes, yes, yes. Little at a time. All right, so this probably not the right way to do it, but at least it's going to be consistent. Over 1/2 inches. Whoa. Oh no. That is that a little too much for you? Hello, Mecca. Welcome in. So Rex did all of this by hand, and I'm hoping that a little bit of power tool make this quicker. Man, setting up these shitty miter saw stations are just a pain. Another Menards purchase. A love-hate relationship with Menards. So I'm just trying to support these just enough. We'll keep our 2x4 steady. I slide it over here, it's not going to fall down. We're going to get it really close to 7 feet. As long as they are all consistent, there's no problems. Snudge it over about a 3/4 inches. Snudge. I just make that word up. Snudge it over. No way. I do not like Menards. All right, this is gonna be fine. Okay, this is fine. I'll just even give it a little more extra in case our ends aren't perfectly square. Boom. Okay. Better than doing it like hand. Better than doing it with hand. Confirmation. Damn it. But they're so bad. They're allowed to pay high school workers a slave wage. All right, so now I'm just going to choose the best side. Cut. One has a knot on the end. We'll cut that knot off. That doesn't even matter. Maybe I want to give... No, that's fine. Probably fine. We're giving us like an extra 1/2 inch, so that should be. Watch me fuck it up now. All right, we cut 14 of these, and we start planing them. Not important that these be square yet, so I just gave myself a little extra material. We'll square them up as we go. They're all going to be laminated together. And I didn't show you. You're actually, am I not shouting you out? Got Jeremy. Sure.
Beamer likes.
Dang it. Oh, God.
Yeah, I hear you. I definitely have the same thing. I just deal with it though. I think I would lose focus so much more if I have to check chat every like 10 seconds. So for me, the TTS works a lot better as long as it's in my ears. Anyway. And then when people start talking like really long sentences, then I go and check out what they're saying. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Also, Mecca too, because he's beginning to. Got any clips yet?
Beamer likes.
There's a clip.
All right, so I'm going around checking the ID that's marked on the edge of the jaw carrier and the jaw itself, and I will reassemble them in that in the correct orientation.
Somebody got a clip.
Right.
Boy.
I was trying to find some stock.
Point max 25 words. This one, I use Twitch speaker. It definitely has a limit how much it reads. But when people are writing that much, I usually want to check it out. Bad Ed has been busy. He been up to doing something cool. Oh man, it's nice. Nice cleaning up the snow this morning. It felt good. It was freezing. It was super fucking cold, but like therapy. Oh, he must have made the clip. Then he must be a mod if he's adding commands. Nice. Commands are fun as hell. Are you starting to use a StringerBot yet? Probably move all of my stuff into StreamerBot eventually. But I really wanted to get animated text. But I still haven't figured out CodePen completely yet. But as soon as I get CodePen figured out, then we'll move everything to StreamerBot. StreamerBot can do just about anything. Stream Elements do. Might be playing with fire. For sure. This one's dense. I wonder if this one's still really wet. Take the moisture meter. Stream Elements. At least you're not doing Stream Labs. That board's like 1% higher than the dry board, so this feels really dense. Oh, yeah, StreamerBot has some really cool features, but it is hard to get started with it. Gotta admit that. If you don't know code, I think it's better than some of the other things. It uses just such a simple interface, whereas the Orn board, it has like an interface that you almost have to learn to use it. Man. As soon as these are cut, we're just gonna put them on the jointer, just enough to flatten them out a bit. As long as we can get a good glue joint, we're fine. Oh, yeah. Thanks a lot, Cheryl. Maybe see you later. Dropping in. We appreciate it. Gotta get Cheryl streaming again. Shit. Yeah. We got 6. We got 12. We need 2 more. So we gotta choose which one of these. Always a question on which side to cut off. All right, let's double check our plan here. Got our plan. That didn't come up. So our top is 7. That's okay. 13 is the total number. And go to the end. We're modifying this plan a little bit because normally it has this tray built into it. Instead of the tray, doing the alternative second slab mod. Hi. Which I can choose either a split top full slab. And oh, I think I only bought enough for this. Yeah, how's it going? Welcome in. Carga Bay? Original? Carga Bay? Welcome in. I think, gotta get my that right. Hey, welcome in. Going. Just kind of going over our plan here. The workbench that I'm building today is the Rex Krueger quick stack workbench. I needed 9 boards for this. I might have bought a few boards. Needed 13 boards plus 8. About like 24. We definitely have enough boards, but not all good material. Glue together 5 boards. Glue together that's 9 boards here. No problem, no problem. We're still set up for. Oh. Leave it here for right now. See what I'm doing. Yeah, welcome in. We have all kinds of fart commands. Brand new burp command. All the good shit. All right, so I got, let's see, that's 15 boards. Need 16 total. So, how many? Pizza, what's going on? How's the hip hop hanging? Welcome back. Whatever this shit is. I've been getting a lot better at the drawing. I spent some time drawing in Fusion 360 for a little while. And we're getting better. I think we're gonna be able to draw whatever I would need for a while. That's good. I need 9, 8, I need 17 boards. I got 12, 13, 14. Yeah, 12, 13, 14 boards. Use out some good pieces. This one looks good. That big ass knot. I cut off this end. Oh, that one's ugly too. Trying to just get boards that will give me one side. That's good. So if there's fewer knots on one side, we can use that. It's okay. Fun shit. Man. All right, this one clearly has a side on it. This one. Pretty sure I can order more too if I need to. All right, so now we got 17 boards. I think that's what we need. Yeah, that's what we need. And that means have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 boards extra. I'm gonna stack these vertically here. All right, switch cameras here, show you what's going on. Feet cam. All right, so essentially, this stack here is going to be my tabletop. I'm gonna roll the jointer over here if I can. Shit, probably didn't leave myself enough room here. And we're gonna run all these across the jointer. Definitely did not leave enough. So strong. Lift all these boards. All right, so I think I'll put jointer right here. Let me move this out of the way. Trying to be a little more efficient with my movement here. Not gonna work either. I'm gonna have to put the jointer right here. Move this out of the way. Everything is on wheels, so it's like not too difficult to move anything around. Just have to have enough room. You have to have like 14 feet of clearance because you got to start with 7 feet on this side of the jointer. Then you have to end with 7 feet on this side. So we got to use our diagonal space here. And we're going to create a ton of dust, so I might have to put on a mask here. Well, this jointer isn't so bad with the dust. It all kind of goes through the bottom. Stays out of the way. Oof. Hell yeah, that's why I don't want any stationary power tools. I want everything to be on wheels. Even this workbench, I'll probably put some like on this other workbench, I have these casters that come down. I'll probably do the same for this workbench. Everything has to move at some point. I think I had this really taken a lot out last time I used it. This is something. I don't want to, I don't have anything that's that high. But I think I'll move this bench over here so that I can See what I'm talking about? Yeah. That little bench is on wheels. I think I'll roll it over. Catch stuff I'm planing. And that'll be fewer headaches. Maybe. And I need one more push block. Yeah, there it is. All right, that'll probably be okay. What do you think? We'll find out. Starts kicking back. Be close to back. The next thing I got to build after the workbench, though, is another. Might disassemble this rolling bench. Might disassemble this bench. Make it so the table saw will go underneath it properly. Right now it's got some blocks that keep it from butting up right next to the table saw. I kind of want that. Good. Long board to plane. A little wobbly there. Fix this wobble quick. Grab a shim. Yeah, I had a, oh man. The other day I woke up and the cat was chasing a mouse in my house. And the cat couldn't catch it. The cat's like stupid. Cat doesn't know how to catch a mouse. And the dog has caught mice before. I think we kind of freaked out a bunch when the dog ate the mouse. I think she really cares about mice anymore. Doesn't wobble anymore. So I put out a ton of traps. And I had 2 traps out right next to each other that were live traps. And I'm like, this would be a good stream. Put out a sign that says there is definitely a mouse in the house. Then put the 2 traps out and then have like bets for which one's gonna catch it. Thought that would be a cool stream. You could put different like foods in there. Oh, let's go. All right. Here we go. Just gotta keep it flat on there. be a little less than. This is gonna take a while. Alright, that feels pretty good. That side. Perfect. Probably. Pretty okay. So again, Rex Krueger did this all by hand, with a hand plane. I think I want to spend the time on that. Get these all glued up today, it'll be a miracle. A little miracle. Oh, yeah. And that's why Paul Sellers is my hero. If there's any that are better. Probably all a little bit bad. That side is really good. Took like a whole section off. Pretty good. Flat, probably the flattest one yet. That's that side. Really twisty. And bowed. Right in the middle there. There's funny because it's kind of like perfectly flat on that side, and there's a bow on that side. There we go. That's a little progress there. Once I put it on there. Might have to unclog the chips pretty soon. side, flip it over. Might even run all these through this surface planer after. Kinda, I don't know if it's even worth That one felt pretty good. Had a decent shaving off most of it. So that's enough for a half of a slab. Just gonna keep going. We can edit as we go. that one good too. That board's a little fucked up. Using those giant effing knots. Actually don't show very much on this. Alright, this board's really fucked up, so I'm just gonna set it to the side. Other three. Keep going. That one's pretty good. Hopefully this side's better. I'm gonna take one more off of the other side. Alright, that's a good board. This is almost as boring as anything. Boy, another twisted one. This doesn't seem too terribly twisted. Fucking good, actually. Not too fucking bad. Pretty good board. These other ones I might be able to just change up the cut a little bit. That's a bowed board. That took off nearly a full shaving. Pretty fucking good. Good board. Enough wood for one slab. And then we'll make these hopefully. good. Ugly board. Ugly board. We're gonna put it with the ugly ones. Just have to do a lot more cleanup on those boards. keyboard there. It's good too. It's a little twisted. Not too terrible. Extra times because I think there's a lot of gap. It's probably getting close to okay. That side kind of sucks. Man, I would have no interest in doing this by hand. Driving myself nuts if I tried to do this by Alright, that's pretty good. Pretty good. All right, gotta take a quick break. Gonna take a quick bathroom break. And I might shovel out some of these wood chips. And then we'll work on those really messed up boards. I'll probably just end up lowering making the jointer cut more. And then taking more off from those boards and trying to make them fit a little better. But, all right, enjoy the grass.
Why would anyone do drugs when they could just mow a lawn?
Fuji wanted to say hi real quick. Felt a little left out. He doesn't like the noise. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, good girl. Oh, yes. Don't really like the noise, do you? Loud. You're such a good girl. You're so afraid. So afraid of everything. It's okay, Pop. It's okay. Okay, good. Might have to make some tea. A little second here. We got some stuff out of the way with the boards that we just planed. I think move this back a little bit. We'll go here. Yeah, then you can see kind of closer what I'm doing. All right. We got a lot of chips in here. Not the delicious kind either. Just gonna grab a little, grab a dustpan. stack up a bunch of them. Otherwise, it's just going to start to jam in there. Good kind of jam either. Oh. Let's see how much chips. Oh. You can kind of see that this comes out more as chips than like sawdust. We're taking off kind of enough material that it's not coming out as dust so much. Chips. Maybe a 2-tripper. This was hardwood. I'd probably save all this. Turn it into the barbecue smoking. Sell it for $1 million. I could probably use it as like hamster bedding though. Their bucket. Anyone need some hamster bedding? It smells wonderful. All right, we're gonna take these chips out. Unless you want them, I can give them to you. Put them in the mail. Mouse we had in the house this morning. So flippin' cute. They weren't like riddled with disease. Probably keep them as a pet. All right, now we got some work to do. I do here. It just turned off the. I just paused it. These earbuds do that. Okay. All right, so let's grab a square. See how much we're taking off. I'll lower this. We're taking off some more. And we'll square up these. Not square, we'll flatten the edges of this. Taking off a lot more, so we're going to go at this a little more Let's keep going at it. When we hit the hollow, we're gonna stop. Try that again. Not using the right word for that. Alright, that's flat. Wonder how much thinner it is. That's like a good 1/4 inch. But at least it's gonna glue up. It's pretty good, Slim Jim. There's like, what do we got? We got 4 more boards that are really bad, so we got a lot of work to do on them to get them flat. We're gonna end up taking off a lot of material. But it's gonna be okay. Think it's gonna be okay. Alright, we're really sticking a lot on here, so I think I'm gonna sweep this off. Give it a little wax. Give it a little wax or wood will slide in right easy. Real easy. You like a slider? Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. All right. Where did I put that wax now? I think it's right next to the dihydrogen monoxide. All right. Don't confuse the two. Yes, don't confuse your wax from the dihydrogen monoxide. What's up, Wolfram? Going. Out there.
Beamer likes.
Yeah, we're just so I'm building a workbench from Rex Krueger. Oh, the thing didn't really. Oh, it did. There it is.
Fishing, hunting, game. Ing chick, she's a bad bitch. I swear to God, she's insane. And I'm so attracted to a Thea vibe when she's out here at Silmatic.
That guy.
Little snapcast, just like that.
Ace.
I'm like, oh shit, I done had it.
Yeah, y'all see that?
Why can't I cast like that? I got a dope rod, I ain't going back.
It's not being
Cause she a better fisher. Woman
Nice
than
little
me,
bass.
well, that's a fact. Ha.
Largemouth bass.
All right, so this is the workbench we're working on. Quick stack workbench from Rex Krueger. And I'm jointing the top boards to glue up the work surface. So, hell yeah, get her done. All right. All right. What was I doing? I'm waxing it so our wood slides in easier. I have a bunch of rags. There they are. This will work. Yeah, it was getting a little bit sticky, so I thought we better get some on it. Should have used my Renaissance wax. Have that shit sitting around for nothing. I don't suggest lubing this with KY jelly, but you do you. Crisco? Yeah, that's not too bad. Have some rust inhibiting properties. Crisco. But trans fats will get you in the end. Trans fats will definitely get you in the end. Oh, gotta be health conscious when you're lubing your jointer. I suggest a good 10W30 for when you really want to get it in there. We get it nice on, we let that kind of soak in a bit, and then soak in, like it has to soak into the metal. We get it on there even, and then we kind of buff it, the dry end, the cleaner end. Then you just kind of feel it as it dries. It's like super slick. And then just start sliding on it really easy. And then we'll use it for a while, and eventually the wax will kind of wear away. You do it again. I even wax, not with the same kind of wax, but I use auto wax in like my bathroom and on my glasses. like on your mirrors and stuff. And your mirrors and your porcelain surfaces. Then it makes everything, easier to clean when you clean it. And shiny as fuck. Like I put it on my bathroom mirror. And it makes it like minorly, makes it like a little bit of like Rain-X kind of. Or it repels water a little bit. All those white porcelain surfaces just look super shiny. It's nice. All right, well, that's good. We're just going to keep going, I guess. Hopefully my noise filters are catching all the shitty stuff. Not making too much noise for you. Can't imagine this is super fun to watch, though. Cutting like any better than it was in the past, but it definitely feels like it is because it's just sliding through so much easier. Oh. Oh. Hold on. This is Ruby. Hey, how are you doing? Man, thanks for the raid. Thank you.
4.
Thank you so much. Just wait a minute. Just a minute. Wait, what? Oh, he wanted to do 14. Thank you. Welcome in indeed. So today, watch this clip a little bit. Not sure what's going on in that clip, but looks like you were having fun.
I can't stop it. They keep putting it in the Discord, and I've closed the Discord.
Okay. All right, I did not know what happened in that clip, but I can show you what I've been making today, which I think is pretty neat. So this is Rex Krueger's quick stack workbench. Oh, the TT. Okay, and now it's like a thing. So this is what I'm building today. I'm working on the top. So I'm literally just flattening boards so that they'll glue together to be part of the top. Kind of boring, actually. Should have looked at what you were rating, because this is boring. But absolutely welcome in. I do mostly woodworking, but a lot of DIY stuff. I like to fix things around the house. And I just ordered a CNC machine. So I'm kind of just getting this garage. This garage is all sorts of messed up because I am getting ready for this CNC machine. So kind of show you a little bit of the garage here, but yeah, I guess that's not a very good view either. Let's try this other camera. Got not that one, this one. Yeah, it gives you a little bit of a better view. But essentially, in this corner, I've set up as a 4x4 sheet workbench, set the CNC on, and then our woodworking workbench is going to go right here when it's done. And then my cameras will be facing this way towards my wall, where we actually have Mrs. Ruby stickers. You've been on my wall for a very long time, actually. So thanks for the raid. You're on my star. Giant star there. So I think you're going to need some more tape. Go, put you back there. You're attached to a little cat. But yeah, anyway, I'm also known for making squirrel pianos. So grab you a little squirrel piano here. Show you what I do. This is kind of an immature stream. We have a fart command, we have a booger command, we have a burp command. We're very mature here, but here is my squirrel piano. Version 1, version 2, I think will look a little nicer. This was kind of improv on the stream, thanks to Slim Jim there. But yeah, I got a picture of a squirrel. They go and they hop on the little seat, and then they eat the nuts that come from under here, and then it looks like they're playing piano. It is amazing. Then to riff on that, we're kind of going for a squirrel theme for a while. I made, ooh, I hope it don't fall on this. Made a squirrel jail. So right in here, made like a little squirrel jail. How about that? Never really finished this, but we're gonna have like we carved a toilet. We hand carved a toilet for the squirrel jail. And there's this little tray we can put in, throw some nuts on there. And we captured them. We got them. That's one thing. Then I've been getting into wood burning a little bit. And I've been making gnocchi boards for food, because I'm kind of a food and drink person. But this is some of the wood burning we've been doing. And then these are the gnocchi boards. So this is little grooves on this board. So you rub your little gnocchi pasta stuff on here, and then it puts grooves into your pasta to collect sauce. So yeah, we've been investing in this stuff here. Keep making stuff. But anyway, welcome in. We'll probably keep going here because it's going to take a while to flatten all these boards. But we got the jointer here. And I'm just running this board across the jointer until both sides are flat. And they're going to glue up together. Might even run them through the surface planer too. That side is good. Yeah, we gotta do this side. And hopefully my noise filters are gonna filter out all the unpleasant sounds. Side a little more. Not too bad. So I missed a little bit of the edges. Take it across again. got it concave and bowed. That's flat on both sides for now. I'm sure if I gave this a day, it'd dry out a little more, and then they wouldn't. So I got to get them glued up today, I think. This board is really bad. Just right where that knot is. It just flips up a little at the end there, so we can get the knot a little bit flatter. We can kind of bend the board as we clamp. Side. It might be good enough that we can clamp it. That side's flat except for a little indent on the end. That's as flat as it needs to be. This one is where we're having some problems. Oh, we got a follower, huh? We got Crepuscular Bonfire. Thank you so much. Welcome in. Welcome in. All right, so I think this is our worst board so far. But it's okay. I'm gonna move on to these other ones quick. I think these were just twisted. A little easier. Yeah, anyway, welcome in. We're gonna keep shaping some wood, and I think a few of my, as soon as this workbench is built, we're gonna do some streams that are related to CNC stuff. So I have a lot of prep to get ready for this CNC to come. So gotta learn some stuff in Fusion 360. Not sure if it's cutting the ones I want it to. Yeah, I might have to adjust the settings. But as long as it's just not, you know, cracking your ears, that's probably all I could hope for. Plus, the jointer is actually not that loud compared to other tools, especially when it's not cutting. It's really quiet. Not unbearable. Probably not great. Probably not great content. Maybe I'll rethink doing a lot of jointer work in the future as far as streaming content goes. Okay, okay. This board is very aromatic. I bet this one is still pretty wet. Smells great, though. This one's twisted. I think I'm gonna flip it around. Might help it stay a little straighter on there. Just gotta keep it straight a bunch of times so that it removes the twist. No problem, Slim Jim. No problem. This board is gonna be a lot of thickness. Having a little bit of a bow on that side. Or this, sorry, concave. I don't know. Terms are. Making it worse. Okay. I need to here. Need to take off material from right there. I'm going to do some of this by hand. Probably. Ugh. All right, let's put it on these sawhorses. Got these sawhorses here. Put this board on the sawhorses. Gonna take out this hump right here by sitting on it. This is probably. All right. Maybe I'll move it sideways a little bit. All right. Here. Hog enough material around where it's high. Be a rounded plane. All right. That'll help. Still seems a little bit humped. Not as bad, so this might work now. But before we were taking off material, there was like a bend in it. So we were cutting on this side, but not really getting in between. So I just took off a little material in between. Be less pronounced, and I should cut a little better now. Flip it this way because that's cleaner. That's good. I took off a clean cut from the whole thing. Looks fairly straight. Lost a lot of material. At least that board is mostly flat. This board is bowed and twisted. The other side a little bit. Welcome back. Good. Something good to drink. clogging up a bit. We're starting to shoot some chips off of the side here. Usually just means it's clogging up. Yeah. Go through. Go through and empty those chips out. We got a lot more chips because we're taking off a lot more material. Ugh. This stuff would be perfect for your hamster. I'm sure like all the sawmills and stuff probably sell this stuff as like horse bedding. Something. But it's not hardwood, it's softwood. So really it's only good for like bedding. If it was hardwood, you should too. I should get a horse and use it as horse bedding. But I mean, it's all compostable. So you could put it in your compost bin if it wasn't like -degrees right now. I could throw it outside. Post. Oh, yeah. All right. I just leave this off. There's way too many chips in there. I should have cleaned that out way earlier. I think I'm just gonna wait to clean that up until we're only got this these couple boards left. So let's just let that be open for now. I have to eat some cashews or something. necessary. That's a flat board. All right, so all these are planed, but there's at least 4 boards that are really thin. So I think we're good, but might have to make some adjustments in the future. We get further along, we might find that those are not wide enough. They should be fine for now. All right, I need some cashews. Look at those cashews. But all these are at least flat on both sides. They might not be coplanar, which is why I kind of want to send them through a surface planer. But I'm not sure if it's necessary. I think my next step, we're going to line them up on this sawhorse. And decide which boards are going to go where. Then we'll have like 4 glue ups. And then we'll have to glue up those glue ups. Make the top. So I guess my goal today will be to do those 4 glue ups. And tomorrow we'll glue those up. And if I get far enough along, we can start the legs. Yeah. Do an exclamation mark hype. Dream Elements isn't a good guy. But that snake guy, he's a pretty good one. Probably be better to reverse those. Have Stream Elements cheer for me and then have me say it cheer somewhere else. I don't think you can get enough clamping pressure if you do them all at once. He explains in the video why it makes sense not to glue them all together at once, but pretty sure it's because you can't get enough clamping pressure. You definitely want some pressure when these boards aren't perfectly jointed. But that's probably the main reason. I got, let's see how many boards are down here. These are all going into one top. And actually, it's going to be two tops that are split. I think it's going to end up being a split top. And then all the boards over here, these will be the legs. And then these 2x12s at the bottom here, that's going to be the, what do they call them? The spanners? No. They're going to span between the legs. So it's going to be a pretty beefy bench for being a portable bench. I was hungry. I might have to make some tea. I don't have any water in here. We'll fill this up quick. Make some tea. Slim Jim always uses points, even though I was going to do that anyway. All right, take a little break. So another thing I got to do before, I guess I don't have to do it before the CNC comes, but I want to. I want to wire another circuit, at least one more circuit in this garage, so that I can have the CNC and the vacuum on at once, and then I can run other tools without blowing a circuit breaker. That's happened to me before. Yeah, so I was going to run another circuit into the ceiling right above my work area and then put like a pull down cord. Probably do a couple different pull down cords. So I have one that's available and one that's always in use. And then I was going to wire another ceiling circuit to the other side. And then I can use that to plug in a camera. Oh yeah, although they're so handy to have the pull down. They're definitely useful. Sure. Got to turn that on. And then I also want to wire one circuit into the attic so that I'll have like a little place to turn on. Well, a couple of reasons. I want to have a place to plug some Christmas lights into. I was going to put a circuit that I can get something available, plug Christmas lights into. And then also I bought some more security cameras that are PoE, and I think I need to get power to the power over Ethernet hub. And I think that's going to go in the attic. So I want at least one circuit doing that. Then I probably want to run a wire down to that corner too, like between the garage doors. think that would be a useful place to have a plug. That's a whole nother thing. I might even just wire that. So technically, yeah, it would all be drawing power from this circuit breaker box behind my coat rack here. But when they're all on their own circuits, then they can all pull 20 amps at once if wired properly for a 20 amp circuit. So all these are wired at 20 amps on the same circuit that are in here, except for one on that wall. That's a different circuit. So everything in here can pull 20 amps power before it trips the breaker. And I've tripped the breaker twice. So if I run my shop vac and my surface planer at the same time, it will sometimes blow a breaker. So I know we should probably have another circuit in here. I'd like for the CNC to be on its own circuit, but I don't think it's necessary because the router itself, let's see how many amps that pulls in. I don't think it pulls in very much at all. And then the motors for the CNC, I don't think they pull very much. And then I'm sure the shop vac pulls a maximum of 10. I think that would be fine on one circuit. So today I am making let's show you here. This is Rex Krueger's Quick Stack Workbench. We got all this wood down here. We planed flat the surfaces for a glue up. And then all this wood down here is going to be the tops for the workbench. And right now I'm having a little bit of tea. So yeah, we're moving along with I don't know if I would call it a business plan, but trying to kind of turn my hobby into something that makes a little bit of money. The Energizer Bunny. Yeah, it's like 2 o'clock. Yeah. Yeah, welcome in, Buzz. Yeah, we're going. I'm a little hungry now. I got some cashews here. Munched on some cashews, and then I have some tea. This one's got some rock sugar in it. Then Assam India tea. A snowstorm? Yeah, dude. That's fun. Snowstorms are great because it turns your commute into a game of bumper cars. It's kind of fun. All right, let's heat up a little more. Oh. Yeah, so I'm talking with my mouth full. Not very polite. Podcasts are the best. I've been listening to a ton of podcasts recently because my girlfriend just got in a car accident. Not supposed to use screens. So we sit at night and listen to podcasts every night since she got in her crash. Lots and lots of podcasts. But yeah, hopefully that ends soon because I really like watching TV. Yeah, are you listening to any good ones? We just finished last night. A friend had recommended Snatching Sinatra. We finished that. That was an interesting one. And before that, we listened to Missing. Excuse me. Before that, we listened to Missing Richard Simmons, which is pretty interesting. Oh, Shannon's Lumber Industry Update. Yeah, I've listened to that one. It's not as fun as Wood Talk, but it's pretty interesting. No, I definitely listen to that one from time to time. Off the rails. That's what I like about it, though. It's not all business. Not all business. It's a little fun. Not that I'm not down to get. Not that I don't like getting down to business. Wood Talk keeps you interested. Then there's another woodworking one. Well, listen to the Wood Whisperer's morning show. Although I don't think it's a morning show anymore. I think he went back to evenings. I don't remember. Two machinists. Oh, that's a bummer. You know, I hate when a good podcast goes off. Or like you start listening to a podcast and then you realize when you've been getting into it that they had stopped years ago. That's not cool. All right, so this is an India Assam tea with some rocks sugar in it. Yeah, I hear you. That's why a woodworking podcast can thrive because there's so many different specializations within woodworking. What else? We listened to Science Friday like religiously from NPR, and there's a food one called Gastropod that is absolutely amazing. And then there's a couple ones that are related to mental health, like Terrible Thanks for Asking and Depression Mode. You listen to those ones pretty consistently. And oh man, we've been getting into podcasts. And usually when I'm not streaming, I'm either listening to a podcast or listening to a book. So streaming has actually kind of ruined that for me a little bit because I don't do it as much. In fact, I probably won't stream tomorrow. I'll probably work on the parts that aren't as interesting to stream tomorrow. I can just bomb ass play. Yeah, that's always a thing too. That's another thing that streaming kind of ruins because of the DCMA or DMCA, whatever one it is. All right, what does this say? What's going on there? A dog with HelloFresh? Dog gets, oh, it's a little puppy. Thought they were gonna make HelloFresh for dogs now. Oh, he's so excited. Oh. A good link. That is very cute. Oh man. All right, we'll take this off the screen. Know what I'm making. Yeah, we only had about 2 inches of snow, so it wasn't too bad to clean up this morning. And I had a little bit of almond milk in there. A Canadian one. What is it all, Alanis Morissette? Another thing is when I'm streaming, I don't wear my respirator as much as I should. That's kind of not great either. Neck bands. Yeah, Alanis Morissette, right? That's on me. That is on me. Yeah. That's not good. Really not do that. We'll be safer in the future. Yeah, what other Canadian bands are there? Justin Bieber, Canadian. Don't you forget it. Do I want a link? Absolutely. Yeah, share it up. We're pretty much just Canadian in the Minnesota here. We have that little part of Minnesota that's like across the river. God, I keep saying it. Yeah, the little part of MN that's in the across the river. You have to actually go into Canada in order to get there. There's no other way. Wonder how they've been faring during the pandemic. 150 songs. Yeah, we can probably add that to our. Not all DCMA free though, I suppose. Oh yeah, we got Rush. Loverboy. And Adams. Oh, Bachman Turner Overdrive. Magic Tip. Guess who? Bad, not bad. I don't see any Justin Bieber in here, though. Bare naked ladies. Since our telecoms regular demands a certain percentage of Canadian content. Really? That's weird. Bieber would be along on a different list. I suppose. Not enough Alanis Morissette, though. Need much more Alanis Morissette. Good tea. Sweetened milk teas been my game. Not my speed. I hear you. I hear you. Yeah, they've just been going down easier when you are drinking. When I'm drinking caffeine, it can really mess me up. So there's a little bit of milk and sugar in it. It kind of dilutes it enough to helps, I guess. I don't know how or why. It's better when it's half and half, but almond milk is good. Out of half and half. All right, so I'm going to clean up these wood chips. Then stack up these boards. If and when it moves you. Yes, I will absolutely put that on. Definitely not DMCA safe, but I've been known to not play that kind of music either. So. Fuck you. Thanks for sharing. These boards are not, they're flat, but they're not coplanar. I'm gonna have to do a little bit of work on that. I should really run them through the thickness planer. I really just should. What do you think, Mecca? Should I run them through the surface planer? I already jointed both sides. Should have just jointed one side. Then it's gonna take off so much material. I really don't want to do it. I don't know. We'll see what they're like. It's too late, though. I jointed both sides. Fuck. But there's only like 5 boards where I really had to take off a lot of material. Yeah, well, the point is to glue them up in a way where it doesn't matter. But yeah. Ugh. Guess we'll have to do it. Good timing. E. All right, so I guess we're gonna clean up these wood chips. I'm gonna put all these boards on the sawhorses so I can get them kind of out of the way and I can see what we're dealing with. And then I'll get out the thickness planer. And we'll just do it. If we're missing, I think I have an extra board Yeah, we got a bunch of them. Burp, we got booger, we got fart, we got... Oh, what else do we got that's weird? I don't know. They're not all... We got Hank. Yeah, but Twitch isn't even about content creation. If you're gonna do content creation, you should be doing YouTube. Fart, that's weird. Fart's not weird. Fart is natural. Fart is a natural bodily behavior. Don't be embarrassed by a fart. Let them fly with pride. Knock the tailstock camera out of focus. That's pretty easy. All right, I'm gonna move these boards out of the way first. Honestly, it's so, like, when you're streaming, it's not about the content. It is 100% just interacting with chat. The content is really just secondary. Edutainment, yep. It's just Twitch. It's just interacting. That's why I say when I'm making a lot of noise and shit, I call it bad content, but it's bad content for Twitch. Because no one's watching. No one really cares that much about what I'm doing. It's really just about interaction. That being said, it is good to have content. Like, you want to be doing something on stream instead of just sitting and chatting, but so all these other ones that I jointed were pretty flat, so I didn't take off that much material. That's great. They're looking pretty good. I should just lay them. I'll lay these ones up. Oh. These are all simple. Those only took a few swipes on the joiner. And they're fairly parallel. They're parallel enough where if I were going to clamp them, they would clamp up just fine. But essentially, this is my work surface, right? Edutainment. It's these smaller boards that really got not very coplanar. Now, if I take them through the thickness planer, we can make them even. They might look a little bit better. I still have the option to make this a split top too, so we would essentially make this. There would be a gap in between here, like that. Be a split top workbench. I still might do that. I might have to because I think we'll lose a lot of material for how much I planed these. All right, let's clean up some of these wood chips. Ugh. Wish I had a place to bring these. But at least they're biodegradable. It's not like I'm making a whole bunch of plastic waste that's going to take forever to degrade. This stuff just kind of... should spread. Maybe I should spread some of it in the garden. I guess I don't want to do it right now when there's like 10 inches of snow on the ground, but... All right, let's run these buckets outside. I took off more from those 5 really bad boards than all of them combined. And all the other ones combined. I still haven't really decided yet. I'm at least going split top and might do solid. It has different options. I can even show you quick in the instructions here. I'm probably not supposed to show these completely, but in the instructions, these are the other options we got. We got a second slab mod or a split top mod. And I have enough, I used enough boards to do this full slab for the second slab mod. But I think I took off too much material for it to be like that. And I might have even taken off too much to do the split top. But we're gonna at least do the split top mod. So, at least do the split top mod. I'd like to do the whole one, so I think I have an extra board here. And I'm gonna kind of, when we get them all finished, when I'm finished planing them, I'm gonna take a look and see how thick everything is. We'll decide. Yeah, that's true, but I did have to order this Douglas fir special. I'd have no problem ordering another board, but then I gotta wait however long to get it. And it's probably fine to do that because I can order it and wait for it and then use it for legs. Use this stuff to glue up the tops and then use the new boards for legs. I did it this way. I did this because I wanted it to be quick. Because I have the CNC coming and I want to focus on that, but you know, we don't want to do things the wrong way either. Help it. So I don't know. Probably gonna learn a lot. Most of this stuff here. Okay. Man, dude, I put on these jeans this morning. Oh, man. Like 2 years ago, I bought these jeans big, because I got too big to fit in my normal size waist. And now I can barely fit to the bigger size jeans that I bought 2 years ago. That feels pretty shitty. I haven't even worn jeans for a couple weeks because I've been busy working. I am. I'm only like, I'm probably 15 or 20 pounds up when the pandemic started. So it doesn't seem like it's that much, but it feels like it is. I've always been pretty sensitive to tight-fitting stuff. $15 pounds down. I guess it can also go the opposite way. You can be losing too much weight. Ooh. But we recently got, my girlfriend ordered or bought a treadmill. And I've been running a little bit. So maybe I can work it off. Well, running is a different experience for me now. Different than when it used to. Now when I run, my knees hurt, hips hurt. Different experience. I still feel good after I run, even though my knees and hips hurt. Chafe in areas that I never chafed before. Yeah, I think you're right. I'd probably tried to post a link. The VIP could. I think they can be either. I think if you do it as a sub, then a VA, or how does it go? One of them is higher. So I think if you do it as subs, then subs and VIPs post links. If you do it as VIP, then VIP and mods can only post links. I think it works like that. I'm not 100% sure. Like a tiered system. Yeah. Whereas if you're using Leorn board, there's like you have to create like another. Yeah, I would just do it as a subs, and VIPs I think can always post links. I don't think you can have to change anything for VIPs. I might be wrong on that. I don't know. If you make it sub only, then VIPs and subs should both be able to post links. Or just don't even worry about it like I do. You don't have a ton of people in your stream, it's really not that big of a deal. Every once in a while, a bot will come along and post a link and you just ban them. I don't think it's a big deal until you get a bunch of people in there. That's kind of my view on it right now. Like, we allow everything until it becomes a problem. Yeah, you can also do that with a bot. Like, you can make the bot, like Stream Elements has an option to like do a permit. And if your Stream Elements bot is a bot, you can do exclamation permit and then type the username. Then it will permit that person to post a link for like a minute or whatever. I would never do that, but that's me. I don't like doing that. Doing work. I just allow it. But if you do the permit type of thing, then it usually people are, the etiquette is that you ask before you post a link. Stream Elements is about but I'm far away from the PC when I'm at Lathe. But if you use a streamer bot, you can make a voice command, and then if you say a certain thing, streamer bot will just send a thing into chat that would do it for you. So if you say permit, or you say computer permit, then it would post. That wouldn't work because you have to put the person's name. Never mind. Yeah. And if you knew code, you could do it with voice commands, I think, but not in native. Open the pot. Yeah. Like I have voice commands. Actually, I don't know if I have them. Yeah, I have them turned on because it was like if I'm hands-free, I can do computer, no cams. Wait, I don't have that camera up, but I can do computer razor cam. Then it will automatically put up different sources. I can even do scenes. Computer, no cams. It's listening. Computer, no cams. All right, I guess it doesn't listen all the time. It's only as good as your voice recognition on your computer. So if you haven't trained it well enough, it's not going to catch you. Computer, no cams. Might even be saying that wrong. The scene switcher voice command does work pretty well if you train it right. Voice control. Computer, no cams. There we go. Now it worked. But you can go into your computer voice control, and then you can like say things to it and let it learn. And then I think you can even do like specific phrases. You can say them over and over again, and then it will know them better. I haven't taken the time to do that, so it's a little rough on my end. But some of the easier phrases, like Minnesota, they work. Or we got Amazon. That one works. Yep. Easier phrases it's better at. All right, how am I going to set up this planer? I don't want to set it up on the floor. This thing. Yeah, StreamerBot is wonderful, and it's not even in its full version yet. It's not even a 1.0. So I can't even imagine all the good shit they're gonna do. And if you know C# code, it's like almost limitless what you can do with it. Incredible. Right now, if I accidentally open it, I'll lose all my heat. And that's it. Which is really fucking cold out, so I really don't want to lose all my heat. Yeah, I think they said that, but I think they might also abandon it. I heard. Bigger button, you might. All right, what was I gonna do? I'm getting my surface planer. That's what I'm doing. Yeah. Oh shit, it's heavy. Holy shit. This one doesn't even have, this little one doesn't even have an opener on it. It's just all manual, so I don't worry about that one. Never open it anyway. All right, I think we're gonna try it like this. Oh yeah, you don't want to eat up all your VIPs. My arms, she laid in her. For the sub, we'll get you some dihydrogen monoxide here. So, did I say sub? You followed. Sorry. All right, here's a little dihydrogen monoxide. Almost full. Thank you for that. Starting to get a little headache, so I should probably drink some water. StreamerBot to allow subs to post links. I don't think you need to do it in StreamerBot. I think you need to do it in Twitch settings. More? What the heck? I'm gonna get poisoned by dihydrogen monoxide. All right, thanks for the water. That beats you been lacking. I drink a lot of water. That's kind of why I didn't want to have a hydrate command in the first place, because I do drink a lot of water every day. I usually drink 2 of these a day, easy. I drink plenty of water. All right, this might be not great here. Sure. I guess I don't remember. But yeah, you should be able to. There should be a way to do sub only. I don't know how you would do it in StreamerBot, but Stream Elements should be able to help you out. Also, the StreamerBot, if you want to do stuff that's not like in the immediate like lists, you have to basically go to the Discord page, look for someone that has already done it. They are really good in that Discord page of helping you out and finding code that would work for you, or telling you how to get that code. Yeah, I do. Because I haven't had time to set up all my alerts in Stream Elements or StreamerBot yet, so I actually had everything in Streamlabs and prioritized getting it out of Streamlabs with the with how corrupt and stupid that company is. And I just quickly moved it to Stream Elements. And then now I'm slowly like getting them into StreamerBot. But most of my stuff is in StreamerBot. I have a few commands that are still in Stream Elements and a few and then the events. Yeah, it's totally a dumpster fire. So I'm glad I got completely rid of Streamlabs. and there's still actually a few Stream Elements things that I really like. So I'm probably going to stick with Stream Elements for a while for some of those things. Like the text at the bottom, that's Stream Elements. My events list, when someone subs or follows or something, that it pops up with like the last sub or whatever, that's still in Stream Elements. They have a lot of really cool stuff. That StreamerBot is just really hard to do it with. But see, there's my events. Latest follower. Oh, it still doesn't work. Okay, well. Yeah. Not everything works all the time. But like my BMO thing and all of my channel point rewards are in StreamerBot. That's in StreamerBot. All of my on-screen stuff is in StreamerBot. So slow turnover. And then a lot of the automations, like making it go to sub only when I'm done streaming. So much it can do. There you go. That's probably the easiest way to do it. Stream Elements. StreamerBot, everything's still a little bit locked into code. New mic and headphones? I guess I did get these pretty recently. The headphones are kind of shitty, actually. I should actually make sure I have my other headset ready to go. I thought it was nice to not have the cord, but they're supposed to last 8 hours, and I probably only get 4 max. They're almost dead. This $30 Sony set, though, is wonderful. I would buy these. It sucks because it has a cord, but these are the best headphones I've ever bought, the Sony ones. They last for like 10 hours straight, no problem. Absolutely the best pair I've ever owned. These ones might have a little bit better quality, but the battery life is terrible. And that's what really matters to me. Link in the Discord. Every time you say Discord, it's going to post the link. The JBL phones I got on sale have been great. That's good. Good. I haven't tried JBL yet. But these I got from Monoprice. They're the Monolith Monoprice earbuds, and they have noise canceling, which I thought was really cool, but I think it eats the battery like crazy. Mod mic. I have no interest in wearing headphones because these, and even the ones with the wire on it, they fit perfectly underneath my my 3M. They fit perfectly underneath these things. Absolutely perfect. So I can get 30 decibels less. This is just absolutely perfect. And yeah, I guess if you don't like in that stuff going in your ears, I understand. All right, what was I doing? I think I'm gonna surface planer going, but I don't want to want to make it so I can catch the board properly. Should really bring in another another surface here. Kind of not ideal right here. Maybe if I now this machine, surface planer, is like stupid loud. My jointer is not very loud unless you're cutting. Even then, it's not super loud. But that surface planer is so loud. Probably because it's not belt driven. Whereas the jointer is belt driven, so it's probably a lot less noisy. That should be enough room. And I put it in here, and I got to go to the other side to catch it. Did I mute it? Well, hopefully it's loud enough that the noise filter will take over. I'm going to just check and make sure that those filters are on. Yeah, they should be on. And make the threshold higher or lower. But yeah, if it's too loud, you can absolutely mute me. Actually, I don't think I restricted it to mods only by accident. What? And then you can, oh shit. But it's possible I didn't restrict that to mods only. So anyone might be able to mute me if they wanted to. All right, we're gonna open this up. Yeah. Maybe Mecha can try to mute me and see if it'll work. Or maybe Bobo is in there. He can try and mute me. Oh, did it work? Did it work? Mute didn't work. So I must have successfully made it mods only. I just didn't remember if I had done it or not. But it's actually, in StreamerBot makes those options super easy to change. So StreamerBot wins again. Oh, no problem, Bobo. You don't have to worry about that. What am I even doing? Fuck. I also hope the call is going good. And I caught a mouse this morning. I think I already said this. Thought about this really cool idea, like, and it's okay. I used a live trap, Slim Jim. So he's still alive, although I put him outside, so he might be frozen. Your bare hands? No, not with my bare hands, with a live trap. What do you think I am? So the other day, the cat was chasing a mouse in the house. Couldn't catch it because the cat's like not a good cat. Not the okay. But so the cat was chasing the mouse, and then it chased it into my office, like right between my legs. I'm like, ah! Like, because I don't want to touch that diseased thing. Like, I'm gonna have to go and clean my house because I've had a mouse running around for days. Dealing with an old lady in accounting. Oh God, I hate that. Type in the wrong password and then get locked out. But anyway, I thought of this really cool idea. If I know there's a mouse in my house, I could set up those 2 live traps, stream it, and then put on the context of like, I know there's a mouse in my house. The cat is really bad at catching it. The dog has been known to catch mice. And then like do like bets for will we catch a mouse? And if I would have done that, there would have been a live mouse catch on stream, and I think it would have been awesome. So the next time I see a mouse in my house, and I know the dog or the cat didn't get it, I'm probably gonna stream it because I think that would be hilarious and like fun. Just like set up a camera and let it go until that mouse is caught. Mouse in my house. I should try and grab that on Twitch as a name. It doesn't already not already taken. All right, let's see if this is gonna work. I just move this. Probably get a little snipe work from these things too. Don't want snipe, but I don't know if it's worth worrying about it. Just gonna try and move this over. Excuse me. What a stream, guys. Like, this is not the kind of content I like, but whatever. Start with a few of these smaller boards. Pretty close. Nope. See that gauge go up a little bit. Not too much. I'm trying to save some material here. All right, so I'm gonna put on my ear protection. This one's really loud, and I have the dust chute open, so it's actually gonna make quite a bit of dust. God damn it. Fine. I have it right here too, so it's not like it's difficult. Oh no, I dropped my earbud. These earbuds are gonna die very soon too. Even got an N95 with the valves. All right, that should be good. And you can, I think you can still hear me probably, a little muffly. They still sell these masks at Menards because they have the valves on them. All right, that's good. You won't be able to hear me once this thing is on. Yo. Got like this little thing here that I can use to help. All right, watch me just fucking destroy this place. Shit. Alright, we got one board. This looks really good. There's a tiny bit of snipe on the ends. And I can show you, we got a window capture here of the Workbench designs. So, kind of what we're going for. These are all the top pieces. But that's an even board. Fucking A. Can't believe I even contemplated not doing that. These are very uneven, so I really got to work. A little bit for this a lot of it I wanted to do some jump Oh, good timing, Slim Jim. Jeez. Yeah, I got this. I got this planer this summer. Um, I wanted to start doing more dovetail work, and I wanted to have the thickness, some stuff for some dovetails, some good dovetails. So not a Christmas present, but nice to have. I got some really good stuff going. Yeah, dovetails are sexy. But yeah, no, it's these things are infinitely useful. If you have a good sled to go through it, you can use it like you would a jointer. So they can be multi-purpose if you know what you're doing. Do a lot more with them. Even if like you're not jointing the boards, you're making them look nice. So that at least. All right, so we're done with 2 boards. I'm super glad I decided that. Did you have to shovel twice? Did it start snowing again? I mean, I had to shovel yesterday. But it looks like it hasn't snowed again. And then I shoveled this morning. It snowed last night, I think. So twice in 2 days, yeah. It's been enough to snow blow both days. I had, yesterday we got 2 inches. We probably got an inch last night or so. Maybe 2 inches, I don't know. Well, that was kind of fun. It's always fun to use the snowblower. All right, we're gonna run some more boards through, I think. I'm super glad I decided to do this because these boards are really uneven. Where does it blow it? It just blows it to the side. It's just like I don't know. Sometimes they call it a power shovel, I guess. Just an auger that takes it and it shoots it to the side so it's out of the driveway. Blows it into the yard so that it, yeah. Yeah, nothing too crazy, but if you don't have one around here, you're really breaking your back to get that snow picked up. And Mecca probably knows what that's like. I'm sure there's not too many people in Canada that don't have snow blowers either. Yeah, I did do it that one day on stream. I recorded that too. I wonder where I put that video. That's got to be a command. Ugh. Technically, you have 3. Technically. 2 of them don't work. 2 of them you're in the process of repairing. All right, I'm gonna send this one through again. Do one of these boards and then we can chat a little bit. Man, Slim Jim's doing an amazing job at muting. That's crazy. All right, kids wear out. Are you talking about replacements for the planer or the snowblower? The blade replacements for the planer? A planer that size, do hard ones? Absolutely. Yeah. As far as the blades in the planer, the blades for the planer can be taken out and sharpened, or you can just buy new ones. But I bought this one, this type specifically, because it had the style that can be sharpened. I don't like buying new shit all the time. Oh, yeah, welcome in. Z Bagby. Welcome in indeed. So my old one, it was kind of not really a woodworking workbench. So there was nothing wrong with it, but it's right here. And this is where I'm going to put the CNC machine. So we're just repurposing it. We put it in the corner, and this is where the CNC is going to go. So we're using it for something else. Oh, my earbuds just died. I'll fix that. Yeah, I would have continued using that workbench for a long time. But I needed to build something for the CNC to go anyway. So I just used what I had already, and then we upgrade our normal workbench. And actually, I'm building this one specifically because it is meant to be portable. If you do on YouTube, Rex Krueger's quick stack workbench, he does an explanation.
Now you're getting all the toys.
Yeah, even an actual tool command instead of the normal tool command. That is an actual tool command. Do exclamation point tool if you're interested.
Slim Jim.
Does sound aggressive.
Sounded aggressive.
Get my earbuds in. You don't have to listen to the aggressive lady. All right, I might have to change settings in OBS as well. Yeah. Supposed to go to default, but it hasn't been working right lately. There we go. Oh, definitely do tool. Definitely do tool. Oh man, this is making so many chips. Kind of fun to just have them being launched at you, but this is a lot. I'm gonna fill up my entire garbage. And you know what? It's just because I was too dumb to do it the right way. Gotcha. Got ya. Tool concert? Oh, okay. Tool the band. Hell yeah, dude. Hopefully COVID's a lot less in March. That would be great. I think they were talking about the poopy butt. From the poopy butt, they measure the poop for COVID samples, and it sounds like it's on the going down. Done yet? No, I'm gonna plane all these boards. I'm gonna at least get all the boards planed properly first. And then I might glue them up. I'll at least glue up one. Say that. We'll at least glue up one of them. And then, yeah. Thanks for the follow, Z-Bag. Z-Bagby. Appreciate it. Oh, shit. These earbuds are so much better. Oh, I don't even know why I bought those other ones. These ones even have a good mic. Like, I used this as my mic for a long time, and it works so well. I don't get... That's so dumb. All right, these ones were so crooked. Oh, did you someone ask for the planer? It's just a basic Wen planer. If you go to wen.com and look up the portable planer, that's 13.5, I believe. And it's the one without the helical head that I can sharpen the blades. Ordered food last night for pickup, and they put auto 20% on my bill without any notice of it on the website. Well, sounds about right. Yeah, because people don't fucking tip. Like, stupid. They should tell you, though. They should tell you that. Should at least do that. But honestly, if they're gonna do that, they might as well just pay people a living wage, you know? Yeah. I think they should just charge you. I think they should just eliminate tipping completely. But they won't. Just pay people a living wage and then they'll be okay. Haha. Welcome, Clash. Oh yeah, free fall. Yeah, welcome in. All right, I'm gonna play in this board and then we'll stop and chat after I'm done with this one. Here we go. Oh man, you can't beat home cooking sometimes. I don't know. Can you ever not beat home cooking? I fucking love cooking. Fucking cooking is the best. Oh, I'm really glad I decided to run these through the thickness planer. There was definitely, they were definitely very uneven, so. Good. Oh, eating out became a big inconvenience. Yeah, see Bagby. Fucking A, man. We still get takeout every once in a while, but we've been cooking just about every day. So this thing at the top, it raises and lowers the head here. So essentially, you run it through once, and then you got to lower it a little bit more so that it will take off more material. Yeah, I guess you can't cook. Harsh. But ham sandwiches are delicious. So there's that. That's a shame. Honestly, I think they should teach cooking in like high school. I guess I had a cooking class in high school, but it was like bake a bin of brownies or whatever. We had shitty cooking classes. Honestly, if I had learned how to cook like 3 main staples that showed various like simple techniques, I think it would have started me off cooking a lot sooner. When you kind of grow up in this Midwestern culture where, men are supposed to work and women are supposed to cook, then like, my mom isn't like really teaching me that much about cooking. I guess she didn't really teach my sister that much either, so that too. I guess I shouldn't be saying anything like that. It's just more of a cultural thing. A reaction. I can't type either. Yeah, like honestly, just make some tacos. That's like easiest thing. Saves so much money. Although ground beef is getting super expensive. Shit. We've been just replacing. Well, we don't eat beef because girlfriend can't eat it. She gets sick if she eats it. But $6 a pound of Hy-Vee. That's probably the cheapest you can get it. I can get a whole leg of, well, not a whole leg. I can get leg of lamb at Costco for $6 a pound. I'd rather eat lamb than beef. But plus it's whole lamb. And then turkey's getting expensive. That's closer to $3 a pound. At Costco, a whole duck, $3.50 a pound. On sale, wow. Yeah, that's expensive. I'll just skip the beef. I've been buying a shit ton of beans and lentils, and I don't even miss beef anymore. Been learning how to cook beans just as good as any other protein. All right, we're gonna run this board through. We'll do one more board and then I can stop and chat a little more. Oh, shit. I don't know about the air fryer, but the Instant Pot is so multi-purpose. I absolutely love the Instant Pot. I don't think I'll ever buy an air fryer though. But I mean, so you can use it as a rice cooker. I never use mine as a rice cooker, but you can use it as a rice cooker. I use it to make stock. Whenever I cook chicken, I always save the carcasses and then I make stock. Just throw all your vegetable offcuts in there and make a vegetable stock. Fucking amazing. Then when it's done, you put it in a bag and freeze it. Best thing ever is homemade stock. I don't know how to even tell you how much that is. Amazing. Then just any kind of meat and bean. It's just perfect for. Oh yeah. Never tried crab legs in it though, but I would never buy crab legs. So they're so damn expensive now. I could barely even afford. Well, I can afford it, I guess, but I hardly ever buy fish. Fish is like $12 a pound unless you buy the shitty frozen stuff. Oh, it's amazing. But I buy lots of beans. I go to the Indian grocery store, buy lentils and beans, and that's such a good dinner. And like onions on like tons of I buy bags of onions. Oh man. Yeah, I buy dried beans and they cook up no problem in the Instant Pot. You don't even have to soak them, although sometimes I do. But yeah, you can put them dry in the Instant Pot and they cook up in no time. So good. So good. I have to use the bathroom. So I'm going to leave you with a little beer. I'm going to let you watch me mow the lawn.
Why would anyone do drugs when they could just mow a
Be
lawn?
right back. Man, you don't like beans? I bet I can make you like beans. I bet I can make you like beans. Mowing PTSD? Some people like mowing the lawn. I don't mind mowing the lawn. Put a little audiobook in your ears. Lawn care too, jeez. It's so small, you just cut it with a pair of scissors. All right, go. Oh shit. I bet I can make you like beans. I got some good recipes. And black-eyed peas. Black-eyed peas are the one bean Oh man. My neighbor's like that too. I don't care about it that much. I let it go a lot because I really care about the bees and the environment. So I try not to use too much herbicide and all that. What's going on with the wall? Uh, I mean nothing. The neighbor built the wall and it exists. That neighbor, though, holy shit, his whole yard, he doesn't have any grass. He covered his whole yard in pavers and class 5 gravel, so he doesn't have any grass. So weird. He's got to be the only person in this state that does that. I guess there's people that probably do that, but there's not very many people in this state that do not have grass in their yard. Fences make good neighbors. Yeah, or like shitty walls. Like here at my Be Right Back screen, or no, my starting soon scene. I guess you can't see it very well. He's not a very cool guy. To be very honest with you, he's a weirdo. But like this whole wall in the back there, it's like uneven and falling apart. And it looks like shit. I'm just glad there's a big hill right there so I can't see his house because his house is falling apart too. His house is like all the paint is peeling off and like pieces of trim hanging down. Yeah, that wall is on my property. So I've talked to him about that and I said it's got to, you got to get it off the property at least. So eventually we're going to work on getting it out. It can't be over the property line and it looks like shit. Like you just got to technically it's illegal because there's a 10-foot easement on that side, so it needs to be 10 feet away from the property line. And it's over the property line. He's real far off. Yeah. Take a picture of that yard someday and put it on there. Put it up here. All right, I think we're gonna run another board through. Yeah, the wall was there before we moved in, so I could just click unmute if I want to talk really quick, I guess. But yeah. So, but we did hire after we moved in. We got a survey so that I could show him on paper where it's over, and like because it was surveyed, like then legally I have recourse as long as I talk to him and say it's got to move. And he's just a weirdo. He told me to tear it down myself if I want to, but he can't. Like, obviously, I know you're not going to do it right away. Like, it's a huge wall. You're not going to do that in a weekend. But yeah, he's like, he said, as far as he's concerned, that side of the wall is mine. I'm like, well, I'm not just going to tear it down and, like, whatever, dude. Like, you got to fix your shit. But he was a little bit of a dick. All right, let's do this shit. Yeah, that'd be funny. If it was wood, it would be no problem. That would come down in 2 seconds. That would be a weekend project. It's a retaining wall with big old blocks. But I'm pretty sure he didn't put any gravel underneath that one because it's so shitty. Like it's falling over, so I'm pretty sure he didn't put any gravel underneath it as a base layer. But yeah. I don't know. Be honest, we want to put up a fence anyway, so I really just want it off the property, and then we'll put up a fence, and we'll never see it again. So that would be ideal. I don't know if that's gonna be what happens. I don't know if that's what's gonna happen. It's fucked up, yo. No problem, dude. No problem. Yeah, what are you? Whew. A little tired. I'm gonna have to quit pretty soon, actually, so I might not be able to get these glued up. Fortunately. Not even sure if I can get them all planed. Try. Jim, you're doing pretty fucking good. I don't expect this of you. But thanks. But eating furniture, shit, man. That's a drag, totally. uh yeah, you're definitely welcome to join my Discord. I think it's probably better that you join the Craftsman's Guild Discord. There are a lot of like-minded people in there that are really, really supportive of your craft. And I'm pretty active in there as well. So Craftsman's Guild's probably a better choice. But that's the thing. All right, we're gonna do another one. Hi, Paul. Yeah, I do have a dust collection. I have a Oh yeah, it's really bad and you shouldn't do it. I do have dust collection, but I'm doing so much that it's just gonna fill it up. So I'm just letting her fly. I don't have I don't have the patience to empty a bunch of buckets. But yeah, we're doing all these boards for our workbench top right now. So kind of what we're working on. Doing the top of our workbench. DC mod? I don't think I've seen that. Do not think I've seen that one. But I do have a Vortex dust collector that goes with my shop vac. It's just not big enough. So, which is fine for now. I like an upgrade. I do have there's a old guy. I'm gonna get a bunch of his stuff. He has a dust collector that I'm gonna get. An impeller canister filler bag with a hole. Oh, are you talking about that dual canister filter? Yeah, did he make like a dual impeller type of thing, like hack? Wasn't even. Oh yeah, it was just that one. It was that model that's like looks like a turbine almost. I think I watched that. But I will probably be getting a heavier duty dust collector pretty soon. But for now, this is fine. And then I'll use that old one on my CNC probably. Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, no problem. But in the meantime, I'll just be sweeping. Yeah. Yeah, this would just fill it. Even if I had a big canister, it'd probably fill it up with how much I'm doing here. Oh, what'd you say? Just remembered to download the tool list. Oh yeah, you don't even have to download it. Yeah, I have my tool list in the Craftsman's Guild Discord. It's not complete, but I took like so there's the book called The Anarchist Tool Chest, and in there he kind of goes through the basic tools you need to do, woodworking generally. So I took that. It's in a spreadsheet of all the tools I currently have and all the tools I currently need. And it automatically highlights all the cells green if I got the tool. And then I added some extra tools onto it that I wanted. And I didn't add all the tools that I wanted, but it's kind of like a good basic thing. Oh, Jesus. There's fucking wood everywhere. And even if I had a canister, even if I had a big dust collector, this would fill it all the way up. For sure. Man. I still have a ton left to play, and I'm just gonna go again on this one. Oh, let's see what you got here. Oh, yeah. And even if I had that, though, I'd be filling it up with how much I'm making. Like 2 seconds. Same idea, much easier to swap out, yeah. Still easy, yeah. Yeah, like I said, we got one coming. Not quite yet. Yeah, that's cool. But I'm gonna have to have 2 of them because the CNC is gonna fill one up really fast too. I'm probably gonna need 2 separate collection systems. Or one really, really big one, I guess, but I don't know if I'll be able to get that big of one. Bunch down so you can fill it up in the middle. Oh, that's pretty sweet. Gotta have goals, I guess. Takes big hole. Takes big hole. Oh. I definitely did this wrong, though. I should have only jointed one side. So, fuck me, right? Fuck. I suppose. But to be fair, though, Rex Krueger, when he did this, he hand planes both sides and then glues them together. So the need for them to be perfectly flat for a quick and dirty bench top, I don't think is needed. So I think I'm going overboard here at least a little bit. So there's that. Slabs are so easy to get. I don't know. We're going for it. That's all I gotta say. Holy shit, guys. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more to do. We've done all of these. They're gonna glue up real nice. You can do it. Oh man, I can't believe it's 4 o'clock. Cannot believe it. My day just blew by. I don't even know what happened. Fuck. Better go hard on these ones then. Go hard. All right. Oh, and Slim Jim is like getting a workout in with his little type in there. Yeah. I think I'm just gonna pound out as fast as I can a few of these things. So really am. We'll just do a few at once now. Cat isn't really kicking off, and we'll just do a bunch of them and try and get them done now. We'll do that. Yeah, there's definitely a better way to do this than what I'm doing it. But I jointed these independently, and so every single one is not coplanar and is different widths. So that's kind of why I'm doing it. Like otherwise, I'd probably be doing a couple at once, I guess. I don't know. It's fucking just the way it is. I think if I would have done it correctly the first time, would have been better off. Oh, thanks, Slim Jim. All right. Have a good swim class, Bobo. That's all of them are planed. They're all gonna get glued up as they are. I'm not gonna mess with it anymore. And it seems like it'll probably be just fine as far as width. I'll probably do the split top. So the split top will be something like that. Do that like that. That'll probably be good enough. Wish it was a little bit wider. Oh, no, no, no. They're going the long way, the short way. Is it mainly because it's a woodworking bench? So you want them to have a lot of heft. You want to be able to bang on this. You want that thing to not bend at all. That's kind of the main reason. You want to be able to pound on it and have no or very little deflection. But I think it's going to be good. You don't want to have it too big. You don't want to have it too big because otherwise you have to reach like really far and then it's bad for your back. So woodworkers benches tend to be only like this much. How much I'm pulling out. A lot of woodworkers benches are only like this wide, and then there's like a tool there's a tool bin in the back right there. And then you're never having to like reach over, bend and reach over. So that's a thing. Yeah. Yeah, having them not as wide is generally pretty good. But I kind of like having a wide bench. So I'm a little disappointed that it's not wider. I kind of would like to have it a little bit wider, but kind of ran out of materials. Clamp carcass, yeah. But because this is going to be completely removable, my top is going to be completely removable. So I can add or remove anything I want. If I decide this is too short or too wide, I can change it. Because it's going to be completely removable from my workbench. Or easily removable. I guess everything is completely removable if you completely take it apart. But holy fucking shit, there's dust everywhere. Yeah. Yeah, but I wouldn't want to be changing the bag all the time. I still think it's not worth it. Because this I can just scoop up, throw in my dumpster. Basic collector. So like the Rex Krueger, his instructions are how to do this all by hand. If I had to do all of this by hand, fuck me. Although he didn't get it as flat. He just got his bench like so like just flat enough where it will glue up. So he didn't really put that much work into it as I did, and he would have saved a lot more material, which might come into play later on when I'm assembling the bench, I think it might not be as wide as I had originally planned for. I might have to do some stuff. But so now I'm going to take, we'll start with 5. We'll glue up 5, then we'll glue up 4, and we'll glue up 4 and 4. We'll glue up a few different pieces. And I'm going to switch out. God, I gotta get this. I gotta get it off. I'm all dripping. All dripping. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. We'll fill up my garbage bin. Anyway, what was I saying? I don't know. Oh, fuck me. Let's sit down a little bit here. Yeah, so I have like 5. I have 5 small boards that were really, really warped. They ended up coming out thinner because I had to take out the twist. So these 5 are shorter, so I think I'm going to alternate them in here somehow. All right. Whoops. All right. I have a dead mic. Anyway, I've been talking for a little while. I wish there was an alarm that would tell me that this mic is ran out of battery. There's not. There's not. I'm talking for a while. I'm gonna have to go back and see how long that was. But I snapped a quick pic for Instagram and for all that jazz. And we're gonna raid Gary. I'm gonna go have go get something to eat and probably something to drink. Probably something strong to drink. Wish I would have got more done today, but that's how woodworking or any other DIY project works. Like, you think it's gonna take so long and it always takes longer. So I kind of just expect it at this point. But we got a pretty sweet little, yeah, those are all planed and ready to be glued up, essentially. So I'm happy with that. There's this one board I might have to run back through again that is really twisted. But it's not twisted, it's bowed. But we're gonna go raid Gary. Been streaming for about an hour. He's another woodworker. Don't know Gary, give him a follow. You're absolutely welcome, and I hope you have a wonderful day and night and tomorrow, all that jazz. I might end up streaming tomorrow, but I'm not sure yet. I think I'm probably going to work on a lot of this not streaming so I can just kind of relax and do listen to a book. I've been really eyeballing a book that I want to listen to. So we'll think about it. We'll think about it. All right, you have a wonderful day. We'll talk to you later. Bye.